All right, we'll get started tonight with recognitions.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we are proud to recognize the next generation of literary leaders emerging from the 2026 Orange County Schools Youth Poet Laureate Program. In partnership with our North Carolina Poet Laureate, Jackie Shelton Green, this year marks the 4th year of the OCS Youth Poet Laureate Program. Through this initiative, students strengthen their artistic voices and grow as leaders who use storytelling and poetic craft to engage communities across our district. As part of the 2-day program, students engage in a 2-day poetry workshop led by Jackie Shelton Green, where they spend time writing and sharing their poetry and collaborating with fellow young writers from across Orange County schools. Since the launch of this program, our Youth Poet Laureates have represented Orange County schools in remarkable ways. They have visited the North Carolina Governor's Mansion twice, spoken at statewide convenings, performed at poetry festivals, participated in community outreach in the Hillsborough area, presented at our district Stars of Education conference, and inspired younger students by visiting elementary schools and middle schools across our district. Tonight, we are honored to recognize 2 outstanding student poets who have recently been named the 2026 Orange County Schools Youth Poet Laureate and the 2026 Orange High School Youth Poet Laureate. On behalf of Orange County Schools, we congratulate these remarkable students on their achievements and thank them for representing our schools and our community with excellence. I would first like to recognize our 2026 Orange County Schools Youth Poet Laureate, Avery Catalano. Avery is a freshman at Cedar Ridge High School and is already emerging as one of our district's top young poets. Our judges were deeply impressed by Avery's poetic craft, authenticity, and strong artistic voice during the selection process. Avery was named the District Youth Poet Laureate at our OCS Night of Poetry in April, and we are so excited to see him continue to grow and lead in this role. Avery has prepared an original poem to share with us tonight. Please join me in welcoming Avery.
Good evening. My name is Avery Catalano, and I brought this poem today. It's called You Start How Everyone Starts. And a little bit behind this poem is my English teacher of the year gave us a prompt of giving advice to youth. And I figured in order to do that, I should give a little bit of information about what I went through for my first year as a high schooler. So a part of that and the fact that I love to quote movies and music, and the poem that I read during my OCS Night of Poetry was one that used a lot of that. And I figured I still have a little more in my system, so I want to get that out using this poem. So here it goes. You start how everyone starts, by me. You start how everyone starts with the simple and exuberant congratulations, you made it here, which feels like being gently pushed forward into a hallway that echoes differently. The mundane would call it high school. A few steps away from being an adult, they say, like there's a clear staircase, like you won't miss one in the dark. There are perks, supposedly, don't get me wrong. No one tells you what to do anymore. Or is it they do, just quieter, like suggestions you're expected to follow anyways. You can stay up late now because of homework, because it's due tomorrow, because that sounds better than saying you don't feel like sleeping yet. Like your brain finally got loud and time just slipped away. You can drive soon, which sounds important until you imagine it. Your hands on the wheel, not heroic, not steady, barely moving because you forgot to take your car out of park. We treat it like it's a big deal, yet where would you go? Not far, not anywhere that changes you, just circles, just roads you already know, seen from a different seat. Your brain is in the thought process of being on a road, yet where you are going, you don't need roads. The average person would phrase it as thinking outside the box, but that seemed too plain for such excellent advice. It's a refusal to be confined by the ordinary paths worn smooth by other people's shoes. Shoes no longer recognizable, only dusted and faded with the logo of the Greeks' victory. You tell yourself you'll figure it out on the way. You promise yourself you'll make your own paths. You kind of have to. Don't overthink it. You will anyways. You'll make friends or find them, like stations you didn't know you were tuning into. There are categories now, crazy subsections, people who speak in movies and lyrics and panels and punchlines, movie nerds, music geeks, comic kings, and somehow you understand them. Not all of them, but enough to stand nearby and not feel like you're wandering into the wrong scene, like maybe for once you're not the extra. Middle school becomes a rumor, old news, outdated headlines. It's not who dated who anymore, it's who hasn't, which looking back on it now feels like not much of gossip and more like inventory, like everyone's quietly counting and pretending they're not. Now, let me get to extracurriculars. Extracurriculars are all the rage in high school. Everyone says it's grades, but when you try to gather those you are familiar with to be in a study group, most of them will say something about the debate team, track meets, poetry reads. The noise changes. That's the strange part. It doesn't disappear. It spreads out. More space between voices, more room to think. You overthink or just exist without being called on it. The other day, you ate lunch in the library, not hiding, not exactly, just there, and it felt like something, like choosing quiet and realizing no one was going to stop you. Like a small invisible rule had been broken and nothing bad happened. Yet the seniors sitting on their thrones of age respect give you nicknames like newbie or freshie, and it gets annoying until you get to say it, and that's when it lands. Not the word, the shift. You feel taller, not in inches, in permission, because no one's assigning you a place anymore. No chart, no labeled seat, just open space, and the uncomfortable freedom to decide where you fit, or if you fit at all. And some days you almost want someone to decide for you, just to make it easier. Just to say, sit here, be this. It's simple, but it's not simple, it's better. And technically worse. Here, I'll explain better. You don't know what you want to do, not really, and that's okay. Apparently, everyone says that, like, it's comforting, like not knowing is a shared language. Like everyone's just pretending they've got it handled, walking a little faster so no one notices, they're guessing too, and you start to not worry about things that you start worrying about things that sound like adult thoughts, time, the future, what comes next, money? In the vague, distant way, that still somehow feels urgent to catch yourself thinking ahead and then stopping like, whoa, slow down, take it easy, and you don't even know where you heard that from, just that it sticks. Like advice passed through static, but no one hands you the answers anymore. No one breaks it down step by step. You're expected to figure it out from context clues, from half-understood conversations, from resources and references you almost get, like a voice in your head saying, don't stop believing, even when you're not sure what you're supposed to believe in yet, or the feeling that you've got time after time to get it wrong before you get it right. Or that quiet, stubborn thought that maybe, just maybe, you're going to take on the world someday, even if right now the world is just a schedule and a hallway and a version of yourself you're still editing. Not a big revelation, just small moments of almost understanding, finally clicking into place. Like realizing no one actually knows what they're doing. They just say it with more confidence, trying to look like you belong, even when you're not sure where that is yet. Trying to grow into life, trying not to stutter, that doesn't come with instructions, that still showing up, still walking the hall, still choosing seats, still learning the difference between being alone and being independent, still figuring out how to move forward even if you don't know what you're doing yet. You start how everyone starts, but end not knowing how to end. Thank you.
Wonderful job, Avery. Thank you. We would also like to recognize Liz Cruz Davis, the 2026 Orange High School Youth Poet Laureate. Liz is a student at Orange High School and is an exceptional writer with a powerful voice. She has already shared her poetry at the Orange County Schools Black History Month Expo and at the Dudley Flood Center's Mapping the Movement convening for state leaders. We are grateful for her commitment to literacy, leadership, and for the way she uses poetry to engage and inspire others. At this time, please join me in welcoming Liz to the podium to share one of her original poems.
So I have a bit of a similar writing style to Avery. I like to write off of music, but my writing is very emotion driven. So this is a writing a bit about the color blue. So it's called The Notions of the Blues. Blue used to be my favorite color, baby blue, bright and soft, gentle. Now I have no choice but to feel each and every tone, every shift in color, every notion of the blues. Why am I always in the wrong, feeling navy? Why must I listen when the ones who pry and poke have all but nothing to say? Taste the bitter and the berry blues. Why must I change at a time I've got all but no knowledge of who I am and who I want to be? Feeling the deepest of cold midnight blues, the ones with their fiery pitchforks of rage and resentment, just as lost as I. Do they too see in the tones of the true rooted rhythm of the blues? Do their hearts too beat the sad, slow ballad of the oppressed youth, swallowed in a shroud of bewilderment and endless soul searching, sharing the same blue tinted world? How must one change when they haven't the chance to figure out who it is they're changing, told they're bad before they get the chance to be anything? And what is that? Deflection, projection, reflection. I have to earn the respect of their searing eyes and devastating flames, and yet my respect for their merciless wildfire is yet expected. Moving parts inside of me never touched on my own accord, but for the fuel of their devastation, to be thoroughly appreciated, waiting for my turn, feeling the shift in blue as I hum along to the heartbreak it holds, a cut that just won't cease its seep, letting words come together, hoping I'll feel better. For now, until their flame no longer holds rage, but a tender song of care, the tune that will always catch my ear will be all the notions of the blues.
Thank you. And our students will go ahead and shake your hands and take a photo. Their principals are here and we'll be in the picture too. Okay.
Good evening. Tonight, Orange County Schools is excited to recognize an outstanding group of students who have been selected to attend the North Carolina Governor's School this summer. Governor School is one of the most prestigious academic enrichment programs in North Carolina. Established in 1963, the program brings together some of the state's highest achieving rising seniors for several weeks of advanced study, creative exploration, and leadership development on a university campus. Students are selected through a highly competitive process based on academic achievement, talent, creativity, leadership, and teacher recommendations. Rather than focusing on grades or tests alone, Governor School challenges students to think critically, collaborate with peers from across the state, and engage deeply in a specific area of study. Students participate in rigorous coursework, discussions, performances, and experiences designed to expand both their knowledge and perspective. This year, Orange County Schools is proud to have the following students selected for Governor School. Mr. Smith, will you help me out? Next slide, sorry. From Cedar Ridge High School, if you'll join me at the podium. Mary Keenan, class, and these are their classes for Governor School, who couldn't be with us tonight. Jaden Lytle. Mary is attending in the area of English. Jaden is going to be attending in natural sciences, and we have Oscar Rosen Powers, who will be attending in social sciences. So we're excited for you guys. Don't go anywhere. And from Orange High School, if you'll go to the next slide. Okay, suspense. It's Tristan Tiani, who's going to be attending in the area of mathematics. So this is Tristan. Please join me in congratulating again these students on this remarkable achievement and wishing them a transformative experience at Governor School this summer. So.
Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, Dr. Jones, members of the board, and everyone gathered here. It falls to me to recognize Teacher Appreciation Week, and what a solemn responsibility that is. As we all know, they are the reason why we are here, is so that teachers can teach students and students can graduate with options available in employment, education, and enlistment. This is why we're here, and teachers felt it during the week of May 4th through May the 8th. I don't want to take much more time because we have so many wonderful things on the agenda tonight, but let me just tell you that huge thanks are due. You've seen Ms. Jayla Davis, our communication specialist, weaving through the room this evening. She and our administrative assistant, Gloria Moody, helped make sure that this year's Teacher Appreciation Week with the digital thank you cards, did anyone in the room send a digital thank you card to a member of our staff? Thank you very much for doing that. We nearly doubled the number that went out from last year, and we're very, very excited because those go a long, long way. Let me just tell you that if you haven't already learned how to use Simbly and you're watching at home, please go to the abstract for tonight's meeting and look up some of the links. There's a video featuring the voice of Dr. Jones and the faces of our teachers and our students. There's a letter from Dr. Jones to our staff that signifies just some of what we all feel. We appreciate very, very much what it takes to do this profession, and to our teachers and to everyone who works in our schools, thank you. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. May 4th through the 8th was a wonderful time for us, and we have so many more recognitions to come. But if you haven't already gone, please visit orangecountyfirst.com/thankyouteachers, and you'll find everything there is to know about teacher appreciation here in Orange County Schools. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Board Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Jones, the cabinet and community members. My name is Valerie Green, and I am Interim Director for Child Nutrition Services. This evening, we would like to bring attention to a special day for the Orange County Schools School Nutrition Services School Lunch Hero Day. This day provides an opportunity for schools and communities to recognize the valuable contributions of our school nutrition professionals. This day has been celebrated annually since 2013 on the first day of May, which was May 1st, 2026. These unsung heroes not only prepare and serve meals, but they also promote healthy eating habits, support students with dietary needs, and help create a warming environment in school cafeterias. Thank you for acknowledging the hard work of the School Nutrition Services with this special day. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, school board members, our superintendent, our Chief Equity Officer, Dr. Lanier, who couldn't be here tonight. Thank you to him, our district leaders, staff, and our community members. Thank you all for taking this evening to recognize National School Nurse Day, which was observed last week on May 6th. And thank you to our incredible nursing team. Absolutely, number one, the best ever, anywhere. And I would challenge any school district for that. This is Miss Walton. I asked for her to say a few words because she's very special to us. She tried to leave us and couldn't stay gone for very long, and we got her back. So I thought her view would be very interesting for us to hear.
Thank you, Sylvia. I'm a little taller than you, so I'm going to move this a bit. Good evening, Orange County faculty, members of the school board, and colleagues. I was asked to share a few reflections on my experience as a school nurse with Orange County Schools. I began at New Hope Elementary in 2021 in the middle of the COVID pandemic, at a time of enormous transition for both the school and our district. We had a new principal, a new faculty, a new lead nurse, and a constantly changing set of guidelines as we navigated an uncertain and very difficult time. Very quickly, I learned that school nursing is way more than Band-Aids and ice packs. It requires flexibility, resilience, and the ability to adapt at a moment's notice. Operating in an environment with limited resources and funding, many nurses purchase supplies with our own money. Although we followed the same protocols, we often felt like 13 different nurses working on 13 separate islands. But even with those challenges, I stayed because of the people. The faculty, staff, and nurses I worked alongside became like a family to me. I grew to know not only the students who came through my clinic, but also their siblings, parents, and most importantly, their stories. I saw firsthand the hardships many children carry with them every day. And I learned that sometimes the hug a child gives on the way out of my clinic may truly be the only one that they receive all day long. Knowing I could provide Comfort, safety, and care, even in the smallest ways, meant everything to me. In 2023, I had to step away from my position for some family reasons. A year later, when my life circumstances changed and I urgently needed to return to work, the very first person I called was Sylvia Compton. She has always had my back and has been someone who supported and advocated for nurses without hesitation. I called her on a Friday, explained my emergency situation, and by Monday, she had found a place for me back with Orange County Schools. Since returning, I have been amazed at how much our nursing department has grown. Thanks to Sylvia's leadership, we are no longer separate clinics working alone. We truly are a team, supporting one another through emergencies, difficult cases, and everyday challenges. Nurses are now valued members of student support services across our district, collaborating to improve student safety, health, and well-being. We regularly meet to ensure that the care we provide is evidence-based and aligned with our state and national standards. We now have updated supplies, emergency go bags, and excitingly, working wheelchairs in every single school. Most importantly, there is a growing recognition of the important role that school nurses play in supporting student success. Whether I am administering life-saving medications, verifying endless immunization records, or sitting quietly with a student who just needs someone to listen to them, school nursing remains the hardest but the most rewarding work I have ever done. I am so proud to be part of this team. I am proud of our leader, Sylvia Compton, and I am grateful to each one of you for continuing to put students first and for recognizing the value of the care that we provide every day. Thank you.
Well, that was very nice and sweet. And Ms. Hauser, I was thinking about you tonight when I decided what would I say, because I feel like we're held to high standards. You always say we bring you to tears. And I want to try, so you got your tissue. I thought, what could we share? So one of the things I asked the nurses was, send me some of these little notes that your students write to so I can read them, because I like to laugh. And I thought I would share, you heard, school nursing is so much more than giving Band-Aids, ice packs, doing training. We definitely, do teach our students how to manage their chronic health concerns. But it's also very nice when we get these nice little letters. And I can tell you, on behalf of our health, student health over there, these little things are like $1 million when we get them. Because anytime we get a note like this, we are constantly sharing this with each other. So this one says, Dear Nurse Clark, you have been the best nurse ever because you helped me do insulin and you make me feel so good. Thank you, Nurse Clark. Nurse Daniel, I want to thank you for helping the school when people get hurt or sick. Without you, school would be a gem-filled gross school. I'm pretty sure they meant germs. You are the best school nurse ever, so I hope you do not leave. Happy Nurses Day. And there's a big smiley face that says thanks. Thank you for helping all of us when we don't feel well and for calling our mom. So sweet. Nurse Walton, thank you for taking care of me when I was sick and hurt from elementary and in middle school. You helped me with so many things. Me and my mom appreciate your services, especially the nice mints and ice. So many people like you for you taking care of all of us. You're super kind and nice to all of us, so thank you so much. I don't think many people appreciate how many people you help. Most school nurses just say, here's an ice pack and go to class. But you try and understand the situation and try first what you can do and comfort others if you are good to like 400 students, I can bet you are a good person. Then they signed their name and they said, the guy who wrote this note. There was one special one I got this week as well from a student. Not often high school nurses get letters because, as you heard earlier, they are independent, they do the things, so we're building relationships. It says, Ms. Compton, I realize you are not a teacher, but I still wanted to thank you. You have been the best and nicest nurse I have ever had. You always seem happy, which is refreshing. You also kind of remind me of some relatives, which is comforting. Thank you. Thought that was sweet. Now, I said no tears, but I received, God has people in places for whatever reasons. There's a student that I have grown close relationship with who has since graduated our district, who was one of my first students when I started out in school nursing that I really thought, no, we're going to make a difference, who just so happened to call to check in today and was like, what are you doing? And said, well, I'm sending something and they are watching us. So I'm going to read this and it's very special. Miss Compton saw potential in me when I couldn't see it myself. Since 6th grade, she has shown me constant love and guidance, encouragement, never judging me for my unburdening mistakes. For my upbringing or mistakes, but instead meeting me with compassion and accountability. One moment stands out in 10th grade when I was skipping class. She left work during her break, came to my house, made sure I went to school, and later took me out to eat to encourage me and remind me of my potential. Because of her, I graduated high school early, earned my CNA license, and now pursuing a goal in becoming a CRNA, which is a certified nurse assistant, which they make some good money. Ms. Compton is more than a school nurse. She is someone who truly changes lives through care, consistency, and belief in others. And I just want to say, I know she's watching from home, so thank you, and we appreciate that. And again, thank you to my entire nursing team. Truly are the best. So proud to be part of this team. And on behalf of all of our nurses, I just want to say thank you to everybody on the school board, our superintendent, Dr. Lanier, all of our district leadership and our community, and our students and parents. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have our agenda adoption. I'm not aware of any item to be pulled tonight from consent. Can we have a motion to approve the agenda? Oh, you got to press the.
Second? Or do we need to first? Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Agenda has been adopted. All right, next, we have public comments. Madam Chair, do we have any, Vice Chair, do we have any comments tonight?
Yes, we do. We will now hear public comments. Speakers will be called in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yielding the time to other speakers is not permitted. If a speaker would like to share written materials, please hand them to our board clerk, Franklin McCune, and he will distribute them to the board. The purpose of public comment is for the board to hear from members of the public, not to engage in back and forth discussion. Per our policy, board members will not respond to speakers during the public comment session. The board greatly values public feedback and welcomes all comments regardless of viewpoint. However, please be reminded that children are often present at these meetings and that our policy prohibits profanity, vulgarity, and personal abuse of any person. We ask that all comments be civil, respectful, and free of personal attacks. Any speaker who violates our public comment policy or otherwise exceeds the bounds of order and decorum will be given a warning. Continued violations may result in the speaker being ruled out of order, at which point we will move to the next speaker. Tonight, we have one speaker, Ms. Carrie Hamill.
Thank you for having me tonight. Teacher Appreciation Week brings me. The recognitions in Orange County schools always are so moving to me. The children and the teens of this community, fame will find them, but what really uplifts me and gives me hope is that they're fulfilled and that teachers and staff see them and water their talents. I've been to your meetings for several years, and you've heard me talk about structural deficits. Those have included the fund balance, child nutrition fund, and thanks to Ms. Rapp and to Dr. Jones, thank you for putting this district and community on much better financial grounds. I appreciate you. The structural deficit that I'm here to speak about is the supplement for teachers and school staff. This district is not competitive with the neighbors, and all of these students and the staff deserve to have a supplement that is competitive in the market, and it is far from that. I have regular contact with student-facing teachers and staff from this district, and I'm always amazed. The shortest and longest, from helping families to the children with low-income matters, and even just today, I walked in with someone, and they just had an aura of capability. And of course, it was one of your assistant principals. Your school-level staff are terrific, and they need it. We're in budget season, but I always feel like I'm behind. I can't ever get in front of it to get a supplement that's right. So I'm going to ask for a starter fund. And certainly the county will be hearing from me that we shouldn't have two districts, that the supplements are so disparate. It is painful. And as some of you know, I live in the county, but my children are not districted here. This is a structural deficit that deteriorates the whole district. So what's my starter fund? I would ask the following folks, if you have a ring on or a watch and you can switch it to a different hand and think about it later. I'd like the law firm, the audit firm, the architectural firms to think about saying we'll give 5 to 15% of what we're paid into this starter fund to get this supplement fixed. As for central office, perhaps 3 or 4 furlough days for the many associations that this school district belongs to. Ask for a reduced fee in order to take care of the student-facing teachers and staff. The consultants, which are less, but the consultants and all the other vendors, ask, will you be part of this starter fund? And please, at the next school leader, the school, what do you call it? The school where you go meet with the county commissioners, the leadership meeting, talk about what is going to happen to this and where is this garden going to sprout. The teachers and the staff need a supplement that is higher. It's a structural deficit and it is hurting the children. And you do so much with what you're given, but this needs to change. Thank you for hearing from me tonight.
And that concludes our public comment.
All right. Next, we have board comments. Bonnie, you get started.
Thank you. First, maybe I'd like to request that we start every meeting with student poetry. Kind of sets us in a different place. It was wonderful to hear that. Happy Maycember, is that what we're calling this? Maycember, so much going on. And makes everyone so busy. And you just want to thank everyone who is showing up every day. Congrats, of course, to our poet laureates, our governor school members, and always our school nurses. And I brought my tissues, and you tricked me and said I was going to laugh, and then all of a sudden I wasn't. So thank you. It's amazing the scope of your work is incredible, but the compassion that your team brings to it is amazing. And I just need to point out that our school nurses are paid on the teacher supplement. So the raises that we're talking about are also for school nurses. So I wanted to use that. I really have one thing I want to talk about, and that's a big shout out to Public Schools Strong, the Orange County Association of Educators, and everyone who showed up at the county commissioner meeting last week to advocate for competitive salaries for OCS teachers and staff, including nurses. I was incredibly moved by our teachers who, like they always do, dug deep to express the joy that they feel working at our schools and the pride that they feel by the great results that they are getting for students. At the same time, everyone in the room learned about the burnout that comes from working in underfunded schools and the challenges of living on an OCS salary given the high cost of living in the Triangle, inflation, and the lack of raises for years, especially when they can make more in other nearby school districts. It's more confusing now because the new state budget framework looks like great for beginning teachers, but it doesn't help much when it comes to making OCS salaries competitive with Wake, Durham, Chapel Hill, and Guilford. Our teachers have shared their truth, and I am grateful. So I'd like to use this time to ask the rest of us, families, students, taxpayers, to write to our county commissioners and let them know how you feel about the board's request to raise supplements and salaries for OCS teachers and staff. And the questions are, is this a priority to you? The second question is, are you willing to pay a little more in property taxes if that's what it takes? The commissioners need to know that this is important to us. And by the way, silence says a lot. So if we're not speaking up, they hear that too. It will be interpreted, if there's silence, the commissioners will think this is not important to us. You can send a simple email, and it doesn't have to be long, a simple email to the commissioners at ocbocc@orangecountync.gov. And you may also want to attend the county's budget hearing on May 28th at 7. It's going to be at Southern Human Services on Homestead Road. And if you do show up, please wear red for Ed. Thank you to our teachers. Thank you, Public Schools Strong. Thank you.
All right. Ann?
Well, good evening, and thank you to everyone for being here tonight. And a big congratulations and a shout out to all of those who were recognized tonight, especially our students. I'm always amazed at our students who are so willing to get up and speak, and I mean, it just amazes me. So I appreciate their work, I appreciate their wanting to do that, and appreciate all of our students going away to governor's school as well. This is the season of a lot to do in Orange County schools. I have attended the Teacher of the Year banquet, I've attended the retirement banquet, but I had an extra special time at the Special Olympics that were held at Cedar Ridge High School. And I'd just like to thank everybody who helped with that, because it was a very hot day. But we had students that were just having a ball. And I really appreciate everyone who got together and brought that back. It was here for several years and then it went away. But I appreciate everyone, and I would like to give a shout out to our own Franklin McCoon, because he was master of ceremonies that day. Now, he did get to stay inside the booth while the rest of us were outside, but I'm not going to talk about that. But it was a wonderful day. I've also attended the field day at Pathways Elementary for the first graders, because I had a granddaughter participating in that. I was at the joint meeting with Chapel Hill and the county commissioners, and there's a lot going on there, and anyone who can get out and speak on our behalf, we would be most appreciative. I've been to a choral concert. I also have attended a wax museum at Pathways Elementary in third grade. Mr. Atherton was also there for that. And I think one of the best things that I have done was the IB art show at Cedar Ridge last week. And that always just amazes me. The writing that the children do, the art that the children do, and the force of the teacher to very gently, a gentle force, move these students in the right direction. And that was just amazing. So thank you to everyone who's invited us to things, and I have enjoyed attending and look forward to some more. Thank you.
Yes, I've been really enjoying all of the end-of-year activities. Congratulations to our Teachers of the Year and our retirees, and to the Poet Laureates and everyone going to Governor's School. You know, I want to thank everyone who went out to speak at the County Commissioner meeting on behalf of funding for our schools. You know, our teachers shouldn't have to come to public events and like bear their their finances like that publicly in order for them to receive the compensation that they deserve. I'm grateful to them and to everyone else who came out to advocate. You can Google Orange County NC budget and get to the right page that has some information about the proposed budget and how to, and Bonnie gave you the email address again. I would just encourage everyone, you know, if you support greater funding for the schools, to write or attend and let them know. And then one other thing I did was last week, this is Monday, I went to the Orange County Climate Council. I'm our representative to that, and it only meets twice a year. I will forward you all the slides from that because I think it's really interesting. They have a Beat the Heat campaign that's about to kick off because heat is the biggest weather. It causes the most like human harm of weather issues. One of their priorities that's not their like this year priority, but further down is sort of like youth education around issues around heat and avoiding heat exhaustion and heat stroke and things like that. And one thing that came up that Ms. Compton's here, you know, somebody said, well, we've got to make sure we get to the schools and that the schools understand you know, how important this is and whatever. And one of the folks from the county who's leading this is like, well, actually, we already spoke to them and they have it together better on this than we do. And so that's, you know, it was very, so that's our nurses and athletic directors and our coaches and it's the team making sure that, you know, there's obviously guidelines we follow and all that, but it was nice to hear our folks shout it out as like, yes, they're really on top of this. So, yeah, so that's, I'll send you all the slides. And I think that's about all I wanted to share. Thanks.
Thanks, Carrie.
Hi, everybody. Appreciate everyone who came out to the meeting today, celebrating our students. Loved hearing our poets. Tremendous talent. I love that we have our Poet Laureate program. And also our Governor's School students. Those are really tough positions to get those opportunities. So those are excellent. Shout out to our nurses and the team. They managed to really forge the community that you all have across schools, I think is what makes it so unique for our district. And I know board members from other districts have said to me, hey, you've taken another one of our nurses. I'm like, sorry, it's just better over here. I also wanted to mention, I was really thinking about how much we've how much our community has spoken out on behalf of public schools in a number of key events. The Teacher of the Year event was lovely, the retirement event was lovely, but I was thinking of some of the events where we, as a district, we're a really financially responsible district, and some things we've done just in-house that took a lot of work and collaboration. The strategic plan development and launch, I've really enjoyed those. Focus groups and meetings that we've had, there was a lot of community coming together for those, and that was, Dr. Jones's team working to make that happen in-house. And I loved the Special Olympics event, which was also supported by some of our nurses out there on that hot day. And just once again, that was an internal effort to make something really big and vibrant and inclusive with our district and school staff, which was awesome. So there's been a lot. I've been really impressed by our community voices at our public meeting, the advocates for the teachers rally, which like many people, I also attended earlier this month, as well as everyone coming out for the county commissioners meeting. We had a couple hours of public comment speaking to how difficult it is, particularly in our district, as was mentioned, the structural disparity. We get funding equal to our sister district, but we don't have some of those special funds, and it really makes it hard to be competitive, even as we do so much with less. So I was very impressed by all our individual public speakers, and people had incredibly well-researched and nuanced comments, and we're really lucky to have a community, our Public Schools Strong community, our Orange County Association of Educators, and a lot of individuals as well who just came and spoke really thoughtfully and meaningfully and accurately to the conundrum that we're in and how stressful that is, as well as was shared the teachers who spoke out with their personal situations. So I wanted to thank everyone for their collaborative work.
Wendy?
Thank you. I want to say that I am grateful to be in a community that comes together and try to do right by our students, our teachers, our nurses, Public Schools Strong for standing, and many of the other people that came to speak to the county commissioners. We're grateful for your support. And I want to congratulate all the poets, and definitely I want to take the time to say that I'm grateful for the teachers that are the guardians of our future. And the nurses that keep us healthy and keep us going. Thank you so much. And let's not forget about the nutrition people also that were mentioned earlier for May 1st. I was able to participate in just a few events this month. Not many, as many of us have very tight schedules in May. I was able to participate on the Olympics, which was phenomenal. Again, it was a hot day, and I want to say thank you to Dr. Jones, Mr. McCune, and everyone that participated. As it was mentioned, we do everything in-house, so we try not to spend money if it's not necessary. So I want to say thank you. And last thing I want to say is that during this difficult time, it is important for us to remember that we need to remain calm and ask our community to continue to come out and advocate for our district. And we have to be patient and remain hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to thank our poet laureates and congratulate them, the governor's schools nominations, and thank you to all the lunch heroes. I also wanted to thank everyone that's come out to speak to our commissioners in the meetings, outside the meetings. I got the pleasure of riding the bus to Raleigh with our teachers and seeing everybody come together. And it was a very important event for all of us to show solidarity, especially at the state level. And just really appreciate everybody's support around that. And we need to continue that support. And as Ms. Padilla mentioned, it's a really tough time for a lot of people in our community. And we need to continue to help each other and know what those helps are. So don't be afraid to ask how somebody's doing. It really helps. I also would like to thank all of our nurses as well, just for the advocacy, the compassion, for all the healthcare and well-being of our students. And Ms. Compton, thank you for your continued leadership and mentorship. It really helps, and you can see it every day in our schools. Thank you. I did get the pleasure of attending a few things here in the district. The first ever design challenge. It was amazing, the innovation, the ideas, the research of our students, some of the most amazing designs and thoughts that I've ever seen. And I just wanted to take a moment and thank all of the district staff, all of the teachers that came out, all of the judges that came out and took the time on a Saturday to come and discuss all of these approaches. And I'm definitely looking forward to this being an annual event for the support of our district and the STEAM that we're trying to give in all of our schools. Definitely enjoyed, as mentioned, the Pathways Wax Museum, seeing all of the students, learned a lot of history and facts, and the students just did an amazing job. The Cedar Ridge Band performance, this was the first year that the band director had the freshman class all the way to seniors, so very emotional for everybody in the room. Got to attend the HES Family Game Night. They had a perfect night. It wasn't hot. A lot of families came out and definitely enjoyed the ice cream out there. The Orange Middle Band Concert, wonderful performance. The gym was packed. It was great to see everybody come out and listen to all the accomplishments of the students. The Cedar Ridge Art Show that was mentioned, there were over 500 pieces of art. They said it was their largest yet. And you had everybody there from Art 1 all the way up to IB Art. And listening to one of the IB students that had shared that they will be going to Italy for their first year in college to learn abroad. Just amazing what some of our students are getting the opportunity to do. The Orange High School Choral Concert, wonderful to hear all of our talented students there. The Cedar Ridge FFA Banquet, we got to see a wonderful slideshow about all their accomplishments and the give back to their to our community and some of the things they're looking forward to doing. Also, they had their spring plant sale, which are plants made by the students and support of the events that they have at the school. And also really excited to see their barn opening this year, so they'll get to use next year. The Health and Wellness Fair, a lot of people in our community got to attend that. Got to see all the group Zumba going on, including the superintendent partaking in that. Also, the Orange Theater put on their Great Gatsby production. Amazing drama. Wonderful to see all the students and staff there supporting the students. The career fair at Gravelly Hill Middle School, getting the students to think about career at a young age at all grades, asking very thoughtful questions. The Teacher of the Year celebration, wonderful to celebrate our teachers and their accomplishments. The Orange County Special Olympics, everybody has mentioned, it was wonderful to see that come back. All of the staff at all levels coming out to support. Franklin did a wonderful job as well there. And also, I got the opportunity for the last OSNAC meeting, which is the Orange County Special Needs Advisory Committee, and the reflection of that committee that helped pull together the Special Olympics, some of the Family Academy that's coming together through that group, and also the wonderful discussion that's coming about in there, knowing that there is a group within Orange County to help all of the families. One other thing that I'll mention to the board is I did attend the North Carolina School Boards Association chairs meeting. There was a lot of discussion and concern about declining enrollment across the state, lower funding, talking about federal impacts, state impacts, and the uncertainty in their own county of what will happen. There were many discussions around consolidations, what holds the future of public school, and also talking about us needing to be together and reaching out and talking to each other about these challenges, that we do not have to face these alone. So it was very wonderful to hear. I'd also just like to thank the board and its continued advocacy, not only at the joint meetings, but also reaching out and continue talking to our state legislators, federal, and also our local commissioners. I know that all of us care very deeply, and I just appreciate each and every one of you for all you do and talking to them. With that, we'll move on to the next part of our agenda. All right, next up, we have our consent agenda. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Dr. Jones.
It's okay. I forgive you. Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, any students that may be watching. I know we had a house full earlier. It's always a pleasure to acknowledge and recognize our students and the great work that they are doing. Staff, our nurses that were here and their leader, Sylvia Compton, and community members. As we continue to monitor developments at the state level, we are optimistic that the final state budget will include the proposed average 8% salary increase for teachers. This increase is exciting news for our educators. However, teacher raises this large will increase our current continuation funding shortfall from the county. If you recall from earlier presentations, and it's a little bit of an odd year because not having a budget all year, we usually have some indication of where we're going to fall. And so we propose a 4% continuation increase. The average 8% salary raises will increase our budget continuation shortfall from approximately $712,000, which is what we reported, based on the 2.5% that the county manager is recommending. That will increase from $712,000 to about $1.3 million. And so I'm just providing the update so that, just for transparency, because this is a different type of year that we're in, and just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of that piece moving forward. We've had some preliminary discussions with the county, and so we're hopeful, and we'll be waiting and watching to see what the final decision is. And at this point, it's up to county commissioners. But again, excited to see an increase of 8% for our teachers, but we have to be able to match that on the local side. Tonight, we are going to share a draft of our strategic plan for 2026 and 2031, through 2031. I could not be more excited to talk about the work that has gone on for the last year, the process and the direction that it's going to set for our district. I strongly support this draft for two important reasons. First, it is truly community-driven. The level of engagement from students, families, staff, the community members has been tremendous, and their voices are reflected throughout the plan. Second, regardless of what any strategic plan says on paper, our district has demonstrated a clear commitment to continuous improvement. Over the past few years, we have improved academically, expanded social-emotional learning and mental health supports, reduced suspensions, and seen growth in nearly every area of our teaching working conditions survey, all while maintaining high expectations and accountability for ourselves and for our students. We are not perfect, and we will continue to strive to improve every day. But no one can question the work that our work remains centered on the students and the families that we serve. What excites me the most about the draft is not just the final product, but the process itself. This work was completed internally rather than contracted out, which allowed us to authentically engage our community and create meaningful collaboration across departments. Teams came together to better understand how their work intersects, and more importantly, how we can continue improving by working together on the behalf of our students. This is still a draft plan. It will be shared with our community for additional feedback and will be discussed in greater detail during a retreat with our board later this month. As the board considers that feedback and provides direction moving forward, my hope is that we move ahead with a unified vision and shared direction for staff, as a great deal of time, thought, and care has gone into developing this plan, and I'm incredibly proud of the collaborative effort that has brought us to this point. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. All right, we're up to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. That brings us up to discussion action, the RFQ for construction manager at risk.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Board Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Jones, cabinet and community members. I am Melanie Gartrell, the new Director of Construction and Capital Planning. Here tonight, I'm here to provide you a bond update and where we stand. Oh, I have the clicker. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm here tonight to present what a construction manager at risk is and where we stand, and ask for a recommendation at the end. But first, let me walk you through where we are and what a construction manager at risk is. So in this graphic, you see that Orange County is at the top, where the board as well as staff has selected an architect as well as a project management firm. So here tonight, we are here for the construction manager. So just to let you know where we are graphically in the process of hiring a team to build our new elementary school. Next slide, please. So what does a CMAR do? That's the short acronym that we use. So there are three parties involved in building a new building using the CMAR delivery method. On the far left, you see that there is the design, which is the designer, the owner, which is us, listed in orange, as then the construction team. So as we move through the process with the design team, the owner and the construction manager are now brought in. So programming is the beginning. What is programming? It is where we determine how many classrooms are needed, what size the cafeteria needs to be, what types of offices are needed, how many staff members will sit in this building. That's what programming is. And once program is complete, the owner reviews it. Again, we're not left out in any of this process. We are along every step of the way, but graphically to represent how the owner is involved, this is the best way to show it. So we review the programming, and then it goes back to the designer, and they move to schematic design, meaning what might the building look like? We're still not clear. We're still toggling between programming, making sure that once we see the building, quote unquote, on paper, again, we don't know what it looks like. We just want to ensure at this phase that our programming fits inside the building footprint. And at this point is where we're bringing in the construction manager, which is what I'm here for tonight. So once we finalize the schematic design, the construction team will then give us an estimate to make sure we are on budget, which is one of the many benefits of this delivery method. Next slide, please. So I know there are quite a few words on this slide, but let me direct you to the middle of it: collaboration, schedule, and cost. The CMAR delivery method provides us with the three main topics that we are most concerned about, is making sure we collaborate with the architect, making sure that our building, it can be built for the cost that has been determined per each estimating bucket on the previous slide, and that our bid packages are able to meet our schedule. So yes, this might be a bit technical, but essentially what the three buckets in the middle mean are we able to break down what it takes to build a building in small enough packages to make sure we are able to hire enough people to meet our scheduling as well as our cost. So that's essentially what is the most important three items on this slide for the CMAR delivery. Also, this provides cost transparency as well. So at any time, internally, we can ask, well, where do we stand with the budget? Next slide, please. Thank you. So for our CMAR selection process, I just want to walk you through the timeline. On April 9th, we issued an RFQ. And from that RFQ, we had 12 firms submit their qualifications on April 23rd. Between April 23rd and April 24th, all 12 packets were reviewed, and we shortlisted 4 firms were invited to interview. We will talk about the selection criteria in another slide, but our main topics of interest were expertise and strength of the team, as well as 2 other items. Our team had interviews on May 7th, and our biggest targets during the interview, in addition to the 2 items above, were pre-construction, cost management, and designer collaboration. Next slide, please. So this is the team that sat on our selection committee. We made sure to have a good mix of people who know what happens in a school building, people who know how to build a building, how to maintain a building, as well as the designers and architects and our project management consultants. Next slide, please. So this is the selection criteria we use. This is the rubric. As you can tell based on this rubric, past experience and pre-construction expertise were rated heavily. Because with pre-construction, as I talked about bid packages, that ensures that we are getting the best price available, that we actually have subs to fill all of the roles that it takes to build a school building. Having K-12 and CMAR experience was a very big topic. There are different types of commercial buildings, but K-12 in particular is very special and kind of a niche market. So we wanted to make sure we had the best of the best available. Next slide, please. So I did talk about briefly the interview process, but this just kind of breaks it down a bit further, making sure we focus on project closeout and communication. We found that, as you know, Orange County Schools is a very special place, and we want to make sure we're able to continue to include our students and staff in this process. So making sure we have a team that can support our public engagement needs was also a hot topic of discussion. Next slide, please. So these are the nuts and bolts of why I'm standing in front of you this evening. Our CMAR interview process determined the top 4 construction firms I'll start from the bottom up. Number 4 was Barnhill Contracting out of Hickory. The team selected number 3, TA Loving Company, plus Davis Construction, not affiliated with Mr. Davis. Number 2, Balfour Beatty came in second. They're out of Dallas, is their headquarters. However, they have an office in Charlotte and in Raleigh. But we, as a whole team of people, selected LaChase Construction and SGS Contracting. You'll probably ask me why, but I'll answer why. We chose LaChase for many reasons, but for many reasons listed on the previous slides. They also are in favor of the public engagement. A member of their team is a graduate of Orange County Schools, so that did help play a factor into why they were selected. Of course, we know they can build a building and they do all of the other things, but all of those items combined sent them to the top of the list. So our recommended firm for entering into contract negotiations is LaChase Construction and SGS Contracting. Next slide, please. So I'm here before you this evening to ask for the recommendation from you all to approve staff to enter into contract negotiations. That is my recommendation. And then we have an upcoming meeting at the Finance and Capital Planning meeting, May 27th, 2026. Next slide, please. Are there any questions?
Sarah?
Thank you, and welcome to your first board meeting, I think, so.
Thank you.
This is great, this made a lot of sense. I noticed several of the finalists were like multiple companies together. Can you just sort of speak to that? Like, how does that work? Is that a common thing? Like, what does that mean?
It is. So in addition to multiple firms having different firms having multiple, it's a joint venture. And in that joint venture, firms are looking to increase their hub participation, historically underutilized business participation. So that is a way to increase participation to meet county goals. That's typically who sets our goals for these types of projects. In addition, they also help recruit smaller firms so they can be a subcontractor of the subcontractor, meaning that they're able to get their foot in the door in commercial construction.
Bonnie?
Yeah, I just want to also welcome you and thank you for the presentation. We met at the gallery, walked through, and I thought you were the architect, actually, and you know, really, and I have this weird habit of trying to connect dots, and you have this uncanny ability to say, well, Ms. Hauser, that's interesting, but the dots don't really connect that way, and you're very nice about it. So, you know, I really look forward to working with you, and you really, in this presentation, you demystified a process for me, and I really just wanted to thank you for that. I look forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Right, any other questions?
Just one quick one, and I'm sure this is Googleable, so my apologies, but do you, like, what are some of the schools that they've done in our area?
So they worked with a neighboring county on a school there, specifically Murray-Massenburg.
Okay.
They have other schools in their reputation, but that's the only one I have a connection to with them.
Okay.
So.
Great. I'm sure they have others listed on their website.
Oh, they
or something if I wanna
absolutely
see some
have
examples
so
or
many
something.
others.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, this is up for action.
Motion to approve moving ahead with the contract negotiations. That's the motion
It
motion
is.
to approve going ahead with the contract, with the.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been approved. All right, next we have our spring indoor air quality report.
Good evening, excuse me. Good evening, school board, community members, Dr. Jones. I'm Hank McKee, the Director of Maintenance for Orange County Schools. My purpose here today is to present to you the information on the indoor air quality and the results from our spring inspection, the steps being taken to maintain optimal air quality, what we are doing well and what we have opportunities to improve on. In past presentations, there have been references to Dr. Curcio providing reports for OCS IAQ. Dr. Curcio has now fully retired, and we're now using another organization that is responsible for preparing the reports and assessments to go along with them. Am I driving? You driving, Kevin? All right. Indoor air quality refers to the conditions of the air inside the buildings, especially as it affects the health and comfort of the people inside. Testing the IAQ is the process of measuring and analyzing the air inside the building to identify pollutants, contaminants, and overall air conditions. The goal is to ensure a clean, healthy, and safe environment for all of our building's occupants. Some things to know about the process are that sampling and inspections take place as a snapshot of what the environment is in the school. We always strive to improve the process in order to ensure that we are doing the very best for our district for the round of sampling and inspections. We have updated sampling methodology this year. Historically, we have only requested from the admin locations. This year, we have upped our number of locations to try to get a 10% snapshot of our schools' square footage. In some schools, that might mean 10, 15 samples. Other schools, just 3 or 4, depending on the size. So, carbon dioxide is a byproduct of the air we breathe. Ideal indoor CO2 levels are below 1,000 parts per million. Levels at or below 1,000 parts are ideal for alertness, concentration for our building occupants. So, all right, slide 4. Is that it? Yes. Currently, our schools are inspected twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. As it relates to humidity, the EPA's recommended range is between 30 and 50%. The indoor humidity measures can be impacted by open windows, ineffective or underutilized HVAC systems, and leaks. OSHA recommends a temperature range between 68 and 76 degrees Fahrenheit. All right. Next slide, please. All right. Currently, as mentioned earlier, visual inspections happen as the measurements and samples are being collected. The team is looking for signs of water intrusion, which can impact indoor air quality, creating condensation and elevated humidity. Identifying and addressing conditions related to water intrusion will limit additional damages, poor air quality, and potentially more costly repairs and remediation. Next slide. A wide range of species and types of spores exist in our environment. The exact kind and concentrations can be determined through laboratory analysis. The ideal methodology for identification is through indoor air sampling. It is recommended that all visible organic growth be remediated no matter the type. All right. The IAQ rating is a structured interpretation of the data, including laboratory analysis, the temperature, the humidity, and the carbon dioxide, and visual inspection. So all of this goes into one to get our results or our data. So the results are presented in one of 4 scores: very good, good, fair, and poor. In identifying a rating, particular consideration was given to the most adverse conditions observed within each facility. All right. There we go. All right, so here you'll see this year's ratings. I'll give you all a minute to look them over. All right. And then Kevin, slide 9. All right, so this is a comparison of the last 3, including this year. As you're viewing this comparison, please remember that samples are a snapshot in time. CO2 readings can be impacted by HVAC systems that are at target temperature when the outdoor temperature is moderate, and that air exchanges cease and slow by the concentration of people in the room. Humidity can be affected simply just by cleaning or open windows and the occupation of the students in the facility. All right. So here's our action plans for the schools rated fair. We'll make adjustments to our HVAC systems. We'll investigate and address moisture intrusion, address reported organic growth, take updated samples, and environmental adjustments to be made. We're really in that last step, taking the steps of the sampling. We've already addressed quite a bit of the issues. All right, slide 11. So these are our continued efforts. We will continue with our quarterly vent cleaning, ensuring proper ventilation to reduce CO2 levels, and identifying sources of damaged ceiling tiles and addressing that as it happens. Also, a big factor in this is our custodial staff, and they've been doing a phenomenal job the last few years keeping our schools up. That's our OCS employees as well as our contracted services. I want to make sure to give them hats off for that. All right, slide 12. All right, the OCS Maintenance Division is committed to preventative maintenance to avoid degradation, of indoor air quality and more costly repairs. Ongoing measures include air filter changing every 90 days, vent cleaning quarterly, coil cleaning every 2 years, ductwork cleaning every 5 years. So, all right, any questions?
Karen?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and what specific strategies you have I appreciate the presentation, the specific strategies and steps and protocols that you're doing, and it does seem like we're getting broadly more specific and more consistently specific data. So that's really nice for us to see. And I like your plan for addressing the ones that happen to be fair. As you said, it could be kind of like a one-off, because of fluctuations. But noticing back on slide 9, just the most kind of dramatic upticks or improvements seem to be Central from fair to good to very good, and Hillsborough from fair to good. So I was just curious, did those get kind of that specific treatment protocol type of thing? And so is that meaningful shift in a positive direction? Did you do anything specific at those schools? I guess you followed the protocol that you have at the end, but.
So Central, with the 3 years, or the 3 reports here, so year and a half, we were finishing up the HVAC renovation there.
Right.
And there's a lot of work in the controls there to make sure that we're circulating air the best that we can. So I think a lot of that came through that with Central. Hillsborough has just been a good school lately, keeping it really clean, addressing roofing issues as quickly as possible. And of course, it's got a new roof on the 100 building and 300 building over the last 2 years, as well as a new fresh air unit on the 100 and 200 building when that roofing project was done.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah?
Yeah, I like the reporting and some of the visualization of some of the counts and things. And I love that you're doing an increased sampling to get a bigger percentage of the square footage. That's awesome. And it's good to see the improvements in some places. I did notice, it looks like 9 out of the 13 schools had at least some rooms with the increased CO2 levels. And so I have some concern. I'm glad to see like the two most sort of dramatic are part of that group up there that's being addressed. I do have some concern about some of the other schools which also had those higher levels. I know you said like sometimes if the temperature is just like kind of moderate, like the HVAC system isn't running, and so that's one of the things that can cause that. I'm just thinking like, I mean, like the effects of the high CO2 are still sort of the same in terms of like making it harder to like concentrate and like, you know, those kinds of like effects. I'm thinking about like testing coming up soon, like, you know, academic testing, I mean. Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's more being done there to address some of those other places.
It's definitely something Shamika and I are looking into, and talking with the controls folks on how we can make some changes there. It also plays an effect in the extremes. If the outdoor air temperature is really high, it's tougher to pull in that outdoor air, or really low, because we're having to reheat it and, or cool it, depending on. So it's things we're looking into there for those other sites.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think last year, I think I was proctoring for an EOG exam. And it just happened to be in this room that like got like way too warm, and there's like not much you can sort of do about it when you're like, and I was seeing kids like falling asleep, and I was like, oh no. And then like I proctored in the same room the next day, and they, you know, they had talked to administration and gotten it cooled off in there. But it just reinforced the like, this makes such an effect on like, you know, how kids are showing up, so.
And sometimes it sits right at that temp where it needs to be cutting on and it's not. And I can't tell you how many calls we get. And we go in and look into it to see what the issue is, and it's right there on set point. I'll make a slight just adjustment to it. And like that, the AC cuts on and it circulates.
Yeah, I appreciate what you all are doing. Thank you.
Bonnie?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think it's fair that you went after Miss Guttrell, because she's talking about the concept, the big ideas of people, and you've got, what, a couple hundred classrooms that you're testing for air quality, microorganisms, so it's unfair to you, but you did great, so thank you for that, and it really is good to hear that you're increasing the sampling, and that we're cleaning the coils and ducts on a regular basis. That's new for us.
Yes.
That's new for us, so I appreciate that. I want to build on, just a little bit different way to look at what Sarah's talking about. As I read the reports, it's almost random that, there's 2 schools that you're looking at. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. But it seems that every school has spaces that happen. And how do you, so we get this report twice a year, but how do you on an ongoing basis keep track or monitor the quality of airflow in rooms, and what processes do our schools have to report to you and get you?
So this year, we actually have a new work order software system. And I think as of Thursday was last time I looked, we've gotten 3,700 work orders since July 1st. So we're constantly getting stuff back. Now, that's everything from HVAC issues to needing deliveries and that sort of thing. But we get quite a bit of HVAC issues and calls and requests just for changes. So that's the main way, is through that work order system.
So the teachers and schools are in touch on an ongoing, online, live to you on an ongoing basis?
So they are reporting to admin at the school to put in a work order. Each school can be a little different on who. Some principals choose to do it. Some principals have the custodians doing it. It's all in how the school operates, but the work orders come from them.
It's there to be used?
Yes.
The
yes,
tool
it
is there, so that's
Yep.
great.
And we encourage to use it.
Yeah, that's great, that's fantastic. On the 2 schools, on Sandbeck and Orange High, right, so they seem to both, what is driving the problems, and what's the timetable to maybe get, because you said you're not waiting to the next report?
So Standback is in need of a new HVAC replacement there, and The RFQ is going back out, or is out, excuse me, right now, I believe. And we're working to do that replacement. So.
Orange High?
Orange High is just always a constant checking on things and moving them around. Yep.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
For all of it, it's great.
Well, I need to give credit to Shamika Burton. This is her presentation. She did a great job putting it all together. I'm just here presenting it.
Any other comments or questions? I just have a couple. First, I just want to recognize that this is not required to be done. This is not state legislative, but it is something that our county views as valuable and ensures that the air quality for our teachers, staff, and everybody working in the buildings is good and continuously good. So I appreciate the superintendent continuing this. Also, I just wanted to highlight that although you recognize the janitorial staff for doing such a wonderful job, and they are, I do want to recognize our maintenance staff that are in there making sure our ACs are working even in between when we can't replace them, addressing the leaks and looking at ways to improve. So thank you to you and all of your staff that keeps our buildings in great shape. And lastly, I just wanted to highlight that I really appreciate the detailed report that y'all included, and everybody had mentioned the graphs and the controls and seeing how things are being measured and the increased sample sets to look at that continuous improvement element of how we can continuously ensure we're not just taking a sample and saying good, but looking across the full building, and you can definitely see that in the charts on the consistencies of it. So thank you, and we really appreciate all the hard work y'all are doing.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Next, we're going to have the Equity Task Force join us at the table.
Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, Dr. Jones, Orange County Schools community members. We are excited to meet again here for our annual convening of our Equity Task Force Roundtable. We have a select group of our Equity Task Force members present here today. I am Kumar Sathi. I'm the District Equity Facilitator for Orange County Schools. Dr. Lanier could not join us today, but we are going to press on with this conversation. And I have to say before we start, there are, just listening to this board meeting today, there are so many wonderful things happening in Orange County Schools, and it's just great to continue to hear about those. And we appreciate your support of all of that. So let's actually go ahead and get started by having Equity Task Force members introduce themselves. And just a reminder, because I'm going to forget as well, to turn your mic on. And it's not a push to hold, it's just a push to start.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Jessica Dreyer, the Director of Student Engagement and Support Services for Orange County Schools.
Good evening, happy Monday. My name is Toba Hairston. I serve as Executive Director for Boomerang Youth.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jayla Davis, and I am the Communication Specialist for Orange County Schools.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra Blevko. I'm the Family Engagement Coordinator and the lead of the Family Liaisons.
Hi, y'all. My name is Guyon Chambliss, and you may know me in a former position, but I am here as a community member.
Hi, everyone. My name is Spring Dawson McClure. I'm here as a parent and a member of the task force.
All right, so we can begin with our next slide. So what you see here is just the overview of our current strategic plan that is set to sunset this year. We can move on to the next slide. Going into priority 1, which is part of the work that we are doing. And the next slide, please. Priority 4, which was the primary focus of our conversations as we were doing our rewrite. We can move on to the next slide. So the overall purpose of the Equity Task Force, next slide, please. We're going to start off with the definition, and I have that up there for you all to read. I don't need to read that out to you. I will point out there are a couple of characteristics of this definition that really guide our work, and it is the focus on all students having what they need to be successful. We can move on to the next slide. The definition continues with certain calls to make sure that we're countering biased behaviors and unfair policies and practices that are occurring throughout the district. Next slide, please. So we make our decisions in the Equity Task Force and in the work that we're doing through 3 lenses, and this may look familiar to you as it is a slide, a variation of a slide that Dr. Weiler presented at a board equity retreat last year. I just turned it into a fancy graphic. So we do our work by looking at the problems that we're facing and the challenges that we're seeing in the district through an equity lens, through a community lens, and through a data lens, and that is described there on screen. Next slide, please. That is a lot smaller than I expected it to be. All right, so our core values drive the work that we are doing here. And it really starts with ensuring that all students have access to the education that they deserve, the high quality education that they deserve. The culture of belonging is a major component of the work that we do, and ensuring that we're identifying and addressing those academic disparities as discussed earlier. The family and community engagement events that we are doing and that we've done this year have been phenomenal. We continue to look at feedback about those events and figure out what we can do to really strengthen them and get more families to attend those events. We've been really excited about the progress from those events. Next slide, please. Initiatives for the year, next slide. So we start off our Equity Task Force meetings at the beginning of the year reviewing our state accountability data results, and we do that to set the stage for the work that we're doing. The data, the accountability data really helps our Equity Task Force members understand the metrics that are used to determine the evidence of high quality teaching and learning that's occurring. We spent a good portion of our time really looking at Pillar 2, and it does say rewrite up there. It's really a write because we were writing Pillar 2, but I think the mistake and the typo there of rewrite really speaks to the nature of the work that we've done. We have gone back to the drawing board over and over again with multiple iterations using feedback from community members, from students, from Equity Task Force members that to me and to us, it feels like a rewrite, even though publicly it is a write of this plan. So as I mentioned, we did get the feedback from teachers and administrators, from community members, from students, and I'll speak more on that in a second, and from Equity Task Force members that are present and those who are not present here today, so they could share in their feedback digitally through conversations that we were having by email and through Google Docs, and also in person as we were going through the actual plan and really asking questions. We looked at every single word and every single phrase and made sure that it was there on purpose. It was intentional. It actually added strength to the plan, and there was a meaningful purpose behind every single word and phrase that was there. So that last bullet is really important. So one of the things that we did, Dr. Lanier and I went into Orange High School and Cedar Ridge High School and had some student roundtables with students. The logistics of figuring out how to have students attend our Equity Task Force meetings, offsite, later in the evenings, it was a little tricky, and we really thought about the best way to make sure that we got their input in a meaningful, comfortable space for them, and that really meant going to them. So we went to them, we spoke to administrators and made sure that we were seeing students from a variety of backgrounds who had a variety of experiences and had a lot to share about Orange County schools and their experience in our schools. when we started to ask them questions about discipline, about the strategic plan, about the things that we work on in the Equity Task Force and the equity initiatives that we do, we didn't quite know what to expect as we were two people that, you know, they may have seen us in the hallways from time to time, but otherwise, you know, the relationship, the connection isn't there enough to be like, tell us what we need to work on as a district when it comes to discipline. It did not take them very long to open up to us about what they want to see changed. They gave us such powerful feedback. I was furiously taking notes and constantly asking, I need you to repeat that again. That was incredible. We need to hear that. They gave us quite a bit of feedback about training regarding the Code of Student Conduct and how they would just really like to know more and to hear more about that and hear more information about that. We made it clear that this document is not just a reactive document for when a student gets in trouble. It is there to protect you as students. If you know what it is that could get you in trouble, it is important to know that ahead of time so that you don't get in trouble. So they actually started really pouring in and asking questions like, okay, what if this happened and what if this happened? So they want to have these conversations, and Dr. Lanier and I have had conversations about how it's important for us, you know, to continue to relay that information to administrators because this is an educational opportunity. Students want to have these conversations. It will prevent discipline issues for them to know fully what it is that could get them into trouble. They also spoke to us quite a bit about fairness, and you know, we had students just be completely honest with us, which was really powerful to hear. But you know, students shared that some of them feel like they're the kinds of students who they can walk through our buildings and try to get in trouble, and they won't get in trouble. Whereas they can see some of their peers getting in trouble more frequently. And the students who were saying this were the ones that were saying it's unfair. The ones who feel like they're able to move through a particular lesson and kind of get away with certain things or not get, you know, pointed out for doing something that they're not supposed to do. They're the ones saying that that was unfair. So they were really calling on us to do better about that and to make sure that we are providing the kind of training for administrators to balance our discipline in a really fair and equitable manner. I could go on, but the feedback was absolutely incredible. And please know that it is not a one-time event. It filled our cups to hear from them, and it guides our work. It's important. This is an absolute must that we need to do in order to keep continuing this work forward, to hear from students. So we plan on doing this more often. Next slide, please. So before we go into next steps, we do have, you can go on to the next slide. We do have some, yeah, that's right. We do have some Equity Task Force members that would like to share some comments about the process this year. So go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Sathi. I'll be quick. I'm really grateful that we still have an Equity Task Force in our district. I'm really grateful that we have an equity policy that folks worked really hard to bring about 10, 12 years ago. And it's honestly, like, it feels like a real privilege and an honor to be part of the task force, to be sitting around the table, to be able to engage in that kind of iterating in the Google Doc, to be able to ask really candid questions, to look at data from the listening sessions together, to look at how y'all synthesize that and then like really dig into the specific quotes and examples. The main thing that I want to say is gratitude and one piece of feedback. I would so love for more parents to be involved in this process. I would love to keep thinking creatively together about how to make it actually accessible for a much bigger swath of parents in our district to be part of it. I actually learned incidentally from another parent last year who couldn't go to a meeting, that she asked me if I could go. I'm busy, I do miss emails for sure, but I just want us to think a lot more about how to get the invitation out there consistently, often, in multiple ways. And I know y'all think a ton about parent and community engagement, and I don't think it's simple at all. But I would love to see us take that on as a topic in future Equity Task Force meetings. And one specific example I want to mention, because two different parents brought this to me separately in recent months. the board policy that that requires a background check for committees that meet outside of the classroom, off-site, not around children, keeps some parents who would want to participate from being on the equity task force. And I think it's worth taking another look at that. I think it's worth coming back around to it now. Maybe the context in which that was passed doesn't apply anymore. Or maybe y'all would think about it differently now for the equity task force and other opportunities for parents to be engaged with zero risk to children. Hope that made sense. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing that. I will say what has excited me first about this task force, well, first of all, like you said, that equity still exists. In this day and age, and I can't help but get emotional about it, when equity and addressing disparities is literally on the chopping block everywhere. Orange County Schools has woven equity into every pillar, and that's as it should be. And the focus of this task force being youth and community-centered, I have to say thank you to the staff for ensuring that those parties are all engaged. I'm excited that this is not just a one and done, that this is an ongoing process, because once you have a strategic plan, next comes accountability, and that was also discussed. And so I know that this work will continue to be discussed to make sure as things are identified, you know, perhaps as you have seen with the students, pivots need to be made. And I am encouraged by the fact that this task force is open to that and willing to stay on top and engaging every party. So thank you.
I am excited to be part of the Equity Task Force. I have been part of the Equity Task Force since it started, since the very beginning, and I have seen the transformation, and I have seen the work of different leaderships, and now, especially with this planning or the new strategic plan and how we're taking into consideration, you know, the voices of our community, our families, our teachers, our students, and I think I'm happy to be here and be part of this change, and I completely agree with all of their comments that we need to invite more families to be part of our team. I think it can have more positive changes for our district. Thank you.
So as Executive Director of Boomerang Youth, we are, for those of you who may not be familiar with our organization, we are a small nonprofit, and we partner with Orange County Schools to provide alternative to suspension programming, as well as proactive social emotional learning in school for middle school students. I am here to offer my perspective from that position in partnership with this district. It has been joyous. It has been refreshing and incredibly encouraging to have a school district who centers the very special student population with which we work. I like to tell folks my first big girl job out of undergrad was as a student coordinator for an alternative to suspension program, and navigating those partnerships with school districts can be precarious because you kind of sort of solve an issue for them, but if they give you too much visibility, then it looks like this is a bigger challenge or situation for the community and district than it could be. I will say that in my experience with Boomerang under Dr. Jones's leadership and administration, it has been an incredibly warm welcome, but also opportunities to realize real change. That commitment to equity I have seen well before this first draft of the strategic plan, but in our first conversations, as we talk about how do we improve the referral process, how do we look at our programming to make sure that we are doing everything we can to reduce barriers so that the students who need a safe space in those moments of disconnection can have that opportunity to build those skills, think about their core values, and return back to school with a smarter toolkit in terms of how they resolve conflicts, how they manage stress, and how they emotionally regulate from moment to moment so that they can avoid those conflicts which net time out of school. This is not just a draft on paper, ink on a page. This is real life actions. These are very real and honest conversations that I have had with Dr. Jones and members of her cabinet. Dr. Dreyer has been, a trusted partner in this work for many, many years, and it feels good as a nonprofit when the landscape for us looks so unsure, very scary. It is beautiful and really reassuring to have a district partner who understands the impact of our mission and holds out their hand in partnership and says, we've got space for you. Come in and let's work together. So on behalf of Boomerang and the over 80 families that we have touched this fiscal year, I just want to say thank you for creating that space, and I am so excited about what's to come.
Thank you for those perspectives and that feedback. I'm very proud of the work that we are doing in the Equity Task Force. So moving on to our next steps. We're committed to continuing this work and the support for Pillar 2, specifically around aligning our community resources with our community collaborations and community agencies, our continued student mental health support, work around reducing chronic absenteeism, continued opportunities for receiving and acting upon student voice, as I mentioned earlier, and ongoing feedback and discourse regarding student discipline in the continued effort to decrease the number of out-of-school suspensions. Next slide, please. And we'll open this up to questions from board members.
And before we have questions, I just wanted to say thank you to every member of the Equity Task Force and staff that facilitate these conversations. Not only, I don't know if you knew you were going to have to do this year, but like really focusing on the feedback that is revolved around your pillar, right? The things that are important to you. But we also gave you an additional task of looking at the entire plan, right? That is based in equity and improving communication, that two-way communication, and making sure that it makes sense throughout and that you can see that in every space, in every word, in every graphic. And so I just wanted to just appreciate you for the time that you took to do that, because I know that we have taken time to do that, and I know how much time that has taken, but to be able to go back and forth, and it is a right, but to your point, Mr. Sathi, it is much of a rewrite because of how many times you went back and forth to have the authentic conversation. And really just grateful. I want to point out that the conversations with students were separate from the conversations we had with the strategic plan initially. We went out as staff, and I attended those conversations with at each school. And we did those, especially, at the high school, that was our starting point. But after that, and once they received some of the feedback, Mr. Sathi and Dr. Lanier went out again to the schools to get additional feedback to support their pillar and to make sure that they're able to hear the voices of students throughout the plan as well. I mean, that's what we're here to do. That's what we're here for, to ensure that we create an environment where there are no barriers, where every student has an opportunity if they want to do the governor's, apply and be accepted to the governor's school, where every student can envision being an architect or engineer through the programming that we offer. And so not limit that just because you know of a program or you're a friend of a friend shows you, but how do we open up access to all students? And so I just thank you for all that you've done to ensure that that is truly woven throughout the plan and to continue to hold us accountable in doing that. So thank you. And now if we have board members with questions, please.
So before we get to board member questions, I just want to point out that policy has been changed. There's no background requirement for that. It's been, I don't know, several months, February. I was looking, I couldn't find it, so. But anyway, sorry. Board member comments? Go ahead, Carrie.
I just want to say thank you to everyone. I just want to say thank you to everyone for your collaboration. I know it's a lot of time. I know it's late. I really appreciate hearing from all the different voices and all the different community members. And I love the Boomerang collaboration, and that is such an important part. And so many things are weaving together, and I'm thinking about it as looking at your presentation, everybody, thinking about all we've done to increase student mental health opportunities and support, and the different angles and ways to support students who are experiencing some discipline issues. I mean, all these things are interconnected and interwoven, and so it was really good to hear everyone's what you see working well, and that you each highlighted an area of where more focus continues to be needed. So I just really appreciate your time and all your brainstorming and collaboration.
I just want to say how much I appreciate you including the students. You all know me, you know what I've done, and they are a huge part of this. And they can not only can help with what they need, but they can help with the mental health pieces and everything. And so I just really applaud you for bringing them in. And I know I sound like I'm in the bottom of the barrel, but thank you all very much for your work. I think you've done a great job, and it is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Wendy, and then.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here and spending time and pushing to continue to have equity as much as we can. I am curious, it was mentioned that many students spoke to you and Dr. Lanier. Like, I'm excited to hear the stories. Like, how many students and how many times did you go to school to be able to get all that information from students?
So we actually, given the timing and to make sure that the feedback was put into this actual writing of the plan, we went to both schools once, and we met, I don't have the number just off the top of my head, but the first group was at least 15 students, and the second group was about the same. And yeah, I mean, there were students that we just couldn't hear from because there were so many that had things to share. To be perfectly honest, like I taught elementary and I taught middle school, but I honestly, after hearing that feedback and how much they were willing to like hold us accountable, it made me realize like if I just did 1 year of teaching high school, they would have like transformed my teaching practice because they were being completely honest about what they needed to see change. So it is absolutely going to continue because it was such valuable feedback.
Yeah, as I look at you, I sit there and go, what a powerful group of people. And the thing I'm sure of is you're not afraid of us, and you're not afraid to tell us what we need to hear, and that's really important. I have two questions. One is a micro question and one's a macro question. I'll start with the macro question. It builds on what Dr. Jones was saying. It would be helpful for us to really understand the barriers to families learning about the programs that are available to their kids. And these are everything from getting into engineering school at State, and understanding the classes that they need to take in 8th grade and 9th grade to get there, because too many kids are ending up graduating and they don't have the classes that they need to get in. AP, CTE, all these things that we talk about, how do we create excellence for kids? I would be lying if I wasn't like crazy impressed with what we're doing with mental health. It's truly incredible. And I'm so happy that it's funny because Ms. Hairston, I swear, I think you're here to work yourself out of a job because, right? Because you're trying to reduce the number of people that go into your program. That's pretty amazing. So it'd really be helpful to us to understand, how do we get, because sometimes, I think we need to go to them. How do we, where do we have to show up? And where do we have to show up for people to know how to do the best, how to get the most that they can from us? The other thing is a really micro question, and that's restorative justice. And I don't know if you heard this from the kids. What I'm hearing from parents is that, to me, restorative justice starts with a simple, I'm sorry. That's like the essence of restorative. Maybe I'm simplifying it, but that if there's an incident, the students involved with the incident might not find out what happened to the person who offended their kid or created a problem for their kid. So what are we doing with this restorative justice, and is that real? And is that, is privacy made that not, I just don't know what is going on with it, because it seems like something we're really trying to do.
Okay, so yes, restorative justice, restorative practices are real. We provide training at the beginning of the school year, throughout the school year. I believe Boomerang has provided and assisted us with training staff. When we report out to the board twice a year, once in January, I think in June, you'll see restorative activity. That is, can be a mediation between two students. However that needs to look, depending on the situation. So we have trained staff in every school that do that. So yes, it is 100% real. Now, we cannot disclose a punishment of another child to anyone else. FERPA prevents us from doing that. And so I'm not sure if that answers your question around that, but we're not allowed to do that. So I think the point of the restorative piece is, how do we repair the relationship? It's not about what punishment did you get, what punishment did I get, does it match for whatever reason it is. And in most cases, it's usually a miscommunication between the students, where once you sit them down together, you're able to repair that relationship and they no longer have an issue, or we just need to not have a relationship, right? And they can come to terms with that. And so just being trained to understand whatever the situation is in front of the adult, that they help them to work through it. But no, if anyone is asking for what another student received as a punishment, if they are not their parent or guardian, we are not allowed to provide that, and we will not.
Sarah?
Yes, thank you all so much for joining us tonight and for all of your work on the Equity Task Force. I just wanted to pick up on like a couple of themes of what you said that resonated with me. I guess starting with like sort of what's next and where are we going to focus in the future? Like this set of things makes a lot of sense to me. Like when we can tackle things like student mental health, chronic absenteeism, disparate discipline experiences, like that's going to like help so many more children be able to be successful in school. And I really appreciate, and I'm excited that we're going to be doing more listening from students about what's working and what, what they need and how they experience school. I think that's all very powerful. And you all saw many of the comments in the strategic plan feedback, and Pillar 2 was like the one that I was assigned to, I think. I don't know, I feel like I read a lot of comments about these kinds of things. And so that this communication piece that you brought up, like how do we help families understand and navigate and like be engaged, like that's such a huge piece of it. Spring, you brought up like how do we make this, like the task force, more accessible to more parents, and I really think there's opportunity as we think about for the district how we, like what families need and how we communicate with families, that there's sort of a parallel to the like student voices piece of like really just talking to people, just like figuring out some way. I guess this is sort of a hope for the committee, is this idea about making it more accessible and sort of like exploring how do you do that? Like, how do we figure out how to like get around a table with some families who are not the ones to show up to things and like figure out kind of what they need and what they want that to
to look like. I just would love some thinking about that. I think that could really help us figure out this like communication and engagement question. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here tonight. It's really great to see all of y'all. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that come to mind on the evolution of the Equity Task Force. And Mr. Sathi and Dr. Dreher, we have gone through multiple iterations of our code of conduct because we didn't have it right. And I love the fact that we continue to look at data and say, we need to make changes. We need to make this clear, looking at the data at the schools. Is it being done consistently, not consistently? And us having those conversations and the board's willingness to listen and try new things that may not be obvious. So thank you for that historic work and getting us to continue to improve that. Boomerang definitely has been very key in our progress way back when y'all were in Chapel Hill to the old Walmart to now, across from Standback. And, really appreciate the open houses y'all have to reach out to others and let them see the process of how y'all intake students and listen to what they're concerned with before bringing them into the program. I think that's one of the things that makes it so successful and accessible. I also, I'm very interested in getting more student voices, including partnership as well, and EC students and those voices. And, as we were talking and some of the wonderful work that's been done with strategic plan, a wondering or curiosity I had is we do so many events and we have tables. I wonder if we should have an equity table there at some of these events to have people come up and, have curiosity. Oh, how do I get involved? When do you meet? How can I give you feedback, even if you're not a member in there? And I think those tables would be valuable even with our, some of the student events we have, having them be able to come up and say, hey, we want to hear your voices, because what I've learned on the board, there's no perfect solution to getting engagement. We have to keep trying different things and reaching out and meeting them where they are. And I think it's, an acknowledgement you'll have and the items. And I'm very excited to see, chronic absenteeism, because no matter how strong our core is, if the students are not able to be there for any number of reasons, we've got to figure out how to remove that barrier. And I'm excited to hear what things you have. But on behalf of the board, thank you for all your work, your honesty, and really appreciate y'all being at the table with us, especially as everybody mentioned so late at night. But we thank you for all of your hard work y'all are bringing to us. Thank y'all.
That's your wake up alarm.
So when this is on, we're going to need to turn that off.
Oh, what now? That. Testing. Testing. Okay. Sorry. All right.
ready? All right. Once again, good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, board members, Dr. Jones, community members still remaining in the room, and those of you online. Ms. Mariah Morris, Director of Strategic Initiatives, and I are here to present the draft of the Orange County Schools 2026-2031 Strategic Plan entitled Engage Orange, Building Foundations, Inspiring Futures. The name of this plan was selected by the Priority Focus Work Group that was composed of internal and external stakeholders. Throughout our presentation tonight, as well as throughout the actual draft that you have, we hope that you will see how the development of this plan focused on engaging our community around the priorities and aspirations for our students, and how we will continue to engage with folks to ensure student success through the duration of the plan. Tonight's presentation will provide an overview of the development of the new strategic plan. We'll take some time to talk about the organization of the new plan and the major components, and then provide an overview of next steps. From the beginning of this process, we were clear that we wanted to ensure an inclusive process that would promote a shared understanding and ownership of the new strategic plan. Last fall, we launched the strategic planning process, and we shared our plan to develop the plan and this visual with you to engage, challenge, and inspire our entire community in this process. So let's take a deep dive into each one of those pieces. So first, let's look at the engage phase of the process. Throughout the process, we engaged with our stakeholders to hear what mattered most. We conducted a community survey that received over 600 responses. Our superintendent and team met with students from each school. We conducted community and neighborhood listening sessions to hear from our parents and community members, and priority focus groups met to work with the feedback we received. There's the numbers of all the places and all the times. This draft is a culmination of many touch points and opportunities for our community to engage in the process. As you've heard already several times tonight, student input was integral in the creation of this plan. At each school, we asked students to tell us about their educational experiences, including how schools supported their future goals, what made them feel seen and included in the school, what keeps them engaged, and what teachers do that matter most to them. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our students for their thoughtfulness and their engagement in this process. Your feedback made a tremendous impact on this plan. The community convenings and neighborhood listening sessions provided opportunities for us to hear directly from our community. We asked, and then we listened. One thing was very clear: our community cares about the future of our students. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our community for taking the time to come and talk with us at these convenings. Your input matters. Finally, the priority area focus groups met to analyze the feedback we received and identify the highest priority for Orange County schools as we navigate the future. The priority area focus group brought together internal and external stakeholders, including each of you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you and our priority focus area groups. They had the tough task of taking all of that data and from the surveys, the convening, and the students, and identifying those big rocks that rose out of the data. Some of those big rocks were that our community values strong foundations for our students, that they value that our students have access to future-ready pathways, and they understand how that's going to impact their future. That our students should be involved in engaging and rigorous experiences in and outside of the classroom. That they should have access to high-quality staff. and that they should feel support, not only academically, but in all areas of their life. And then finally, that there should be good engagement and communication, both with our students, families, and our community. So let's take a look at the We Challenge phase of the process, where we challenged ourselves to write a community-driven plan. So how did this draft come to be? So first, this is the recipe. We took all of the feedback and organized it and consolidated it into major work areas and overarching ideas that arose in the data. So you can see the kind of a snippet of one of those documents. The priority focus work group then read that feedback and identified trends that emerged, first individually and then as a group. You can see on the right a picture of this work in action with grouped individual trends on the sticky notes that were then collectively identified and named by the group. District staff then took these trends and aligned the current work and identified where work needed to be either discontinued, shifted or changed somewhat, or kept, continued based on the available data sources. The trends then went back to the priority focus work group to determine the most important themes based on all of the information that we've had thus far. These overarching themes became the components of the new plan, primarily the pillars and the focus areas that you'll learn more about in just a moment. Finally, an internal work team made up of cross-departmental members worked together to further flesh out the actions and performance indicators to create the draft you have tonight. This plan was not authored by one individual, but instead it's the work of the collective voice of our community, staff, and students. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mariah Morris, the Director of Strategic Initiatives, who will walk us through the next part of the presentation.
Good evening, and boy, I mean evening, right? So at this point, we're going to transition to reviewing the draft of Engage Orange and highlighting several of its key components. The full draft of the plan is online through the board materials and assembly. During this presentation, we'll provide an overview of the plan and discuss several key elements in detail. As Dr. Pack mentioned, the priority area focus groups were an integral part of the development of Engage Orange. This group included community members, parents, teachers, principals, district leaders, and board members. Throughout the process, they provided structured feedback on the direction of the plan, including the naming of the plan itself. At our most recent meeting, the group voted to adopt the title Engage Orange, Building Foundations, Inspiring Futures. The name Engage Orange carries a dual meaning. First, it reflects the intentional and authentic engagement that has guided the process with stakeholders throughout this whole process. Second, it reflects our collective commitment to ensuring every member of the Orange County Schools community remains fully engaged in our vision and mission over the next 5 years. We envision a district where all students are engaged in high-quality learning each and every day. Families are engaged in their children's educational experiences, and teachers and staff are engaged in meaningful, purpose-driven work on behalf of our students. The phrase building foundations reflects the strong feedback we heard from the community about the importance of ensuring students develop solid academic and social-emotional foundations that prepare them for their hopes, dreams, and future opportunities. Early literacy and numeracy are essential and are prominently represented in this plan. At the same time, our community made it clear that foundational skills are important, but not enough alone. Inspiring Futures speaks to our shared commitment to preparing students to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. Our community values learning experience, opportunities, and pathways that align with our students' interests, aspirations, and future goals, ensuring that every graduate is able to walk across our stage and experience success in whatever path they choose. The logo you see here centers on community as the driving force behind the plan. 5 figures rendered in the pillar colors rise together from a shared set of pillars, their arms raised and connected through a constellation of dots that radiates upward and outward. The columns ground the composition in the plan's 4-pillar structure, while the figures above communicate with those pillars, communicate what those pillars exist to serve, the people. The dot pattern ties back to the community and engagement process that shaped the plan, many individual voices coming together to build something unified. The overall composition moves upward, reflecting the aspirational energy of building foundations, inspiring futures. At the beginning of the plan, you will notice the inclusion of the Orange County Schools Portrait of a Graduate. Before identifying focus areas or strategies, we want to take a step back and ask a simple but critical question. What do we want to be true for every student who walks across the stage at graduation? What emerged was feedback gathered through a wide range of listening sessions. Across these conversations, one message was clear. Mastering academic standards alone is not enough. Our students also need opportunities to develop durable mindsets and transferable skills that will prepare them to navigate an increasingly complex and changing world. It is from these skills that we developed the Orange County Schools Portrait of a Graduate, which is closely aligned with the North Carolina Public Instruction Portrait of a Graduate and represents our commitment to preparing students not only for academic success, but also success in college, careers, and life beyond Orange County schools. These skills include being an innovative problem solver, an effective communicator and collaborator, and a future-ready critical thinker, among others. So how are we going to do that? It's through what we are calling the Orange County Schools Experience. The Orange County Schools Experience is a promise of what every student will experience consistently in Orange County schools. It reflects our commitment to creating learning environments where students are actively engaged in meaningful learning experiences, where learning is relevant and connected to their future goals, and learning is empowering, equipping students with the knowledge, skills, and confidence they need to thrive after graduation. Everything that follows in this plan, the pillars, the focus areas, the performance indicators, are all designed to bring this vision to life. Y'all excited? Good. Just testing, 9:35. So now we're going to read the whole plan in totality. Just kidding. Now we're going to briefly discuss the organization of Engage Orange. The structure of this plan represents an important shift in approach from previous strategic plans. Rather than centering the work around isolated goals or disconnected priorities, Engage Orange is organized around a set of aligned pillars designed to work together in support of a shared vision for our district. Just as pillars support the distribution of weight across a strong foundation, the 4 pillars of Engage Orange work together to uphold our district's commitment to excellence, equity, and continuous improvement. Each pillar represents a broad, long-term priority area that reflects a major commitment within the strategic plan. Then within each pillar, you'll find focus areas, performance indicators, and actions. The focus areas identify the specific components that we will concentrate on over the next 5 years to drive meaningful progress. Performance indicators are the measurable outcomes that we will use to monitor growth and determine whether our efforts are leading to improved results. And finally, the actions outline the key strategies, initiatives, and next steps the district will implement to strengthen performance within each focus area. This shift from isolated goals to aligned pillars reflects our commitment to moving beyond siloed work and toward collective ownership across departments and throughout the district. It also reflects a deeper commitment to a continuous improvement model, one that prioritizes collaboration, reflection, and long-term growth. As we mentioned, the plan is organized around 4 core pillars. Each pillar is grounded in 2 unifying concepts or components: equity and communication. Equity serves as of the foundation of each pillar because it will serve as the foundation of all decision-making, and it represents the lens through which we evaluate priorities, allocate resources, and ultimately shape policy. Communication is the bridge that connects our schools, our families, and our broader community. Throughout Engage Orange, each pillar intentionally embeds opportunities for meaningful two-way dialogue, ensuring that families and stakeholders are not only informed, but engaged as partners in our work. Engage Orange is grounded in a shared commitment to achieving excellence across these 4 pillars. Pillar 1 focuses on preparing students for life after graduation. Pillar 2 focuses on engaging the whole student in safe and supportive learning environments. Pillar 3 focuses on cultivating, supporting, and retaining excellent staff in service to our larger vision and mission. And Pillar 4 focuses on maximizing operational excellence in support of our students' success. We will now be doing a deeper dive into each pillar. Actually, that's in a moment. Before we do that, we want to talk a little bit about how we will measure progress and communicate results. Engage Orange is designed with a deliberate approach to monitoring implementation and evaluating impact across the district. There are some shifts in our approach to measuring, and we want to share a little bit about the why behind the shift. In education, we often optimize for metrics that are easy to measure simply because that data is available, not necessarily because it's the most valuable. There's no inherent correlation between how easy something is to measure and how important it is. We have pushed our teams to get more creative in measuring these harder to quantify metrics. Engage Orange is grounded in a cycle of continuous improvement within each pillar. Lasting improvement does not happen through isolated initiatives or one-time benchmarks. It happens through an ongoing process of collaboration, reflection, analysis, and action. The continuous improvement model provides a structured framework for making measurable, incremental progress over time while allowing the district to remain responsive to emerging needs and opportunities. Within each pillar, district teams will regularly monitor performance indicators connected to the identified focus areas. These indicators provide measurable evidence and help ensure that the work remains aligned to the outcomes outlined in the plan. Importantly, this approach strengthens accountability. Teams will consistently track progress on key performance indicators and provide updates to the Board of Education and community. This creates transparency, shared ownership, and a clear understanding of both success and areas where adjustments may be needed. At the end of the 25-26 school year, we will be working to create baselines that we will numerically report to the board. By shifting our accountability focus from a static one-time goal to the continuous improvement model, our aim is to position Engage Orange as a living framework that actively guides decision-making and district improvement. Engage Orange's accountability framework also includes formal performance indicators anchored in a defined set of outcomes identified as the best in North Carolina metrics. These metrics represent clear, measurable, district-wide targets that will be used to evaluate the effectiveness of our continuous improvement efforts and hold ourselves accountable for achieving outcomes that prepare every student for success after graduation. The Best in North Carolina metrics are intentionally aligned with the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction strategic plan ensuring our work remains connected to statewide indicators of student success and district performance. Importantly, each metric is grounded in state-monitored data and measured through established state accountability systems, providing transparent, objective, and consistent measures of progress over time. On page 10 of Engage Orange, you will find the specific district targets established for the completion of the plan in 2031. To ensure ongoing accountability, the district will establish annual benchmarks and publicly monitor progress towards these long-term goals each year. This process allows us to celebrate growth, identify areas requiring additional support, and remain focused on achieving the outcomes outlined in the plan. Now we will do a deeper dive into each of the 4 pillars. Pillar 1, prepare students for life after graduation, is truly the heart of Engage Orange because it reflects the core question driving the entire plan. What knowledge, skills, and experiences do our students need to thrive after they leave Orange County schools? This pillar is grounded in the shared belief that success after graduation requires more than mastering academic standards alone. Our students must graduate prepared to think critically, communicate effectively, solve complex problems, and collaborate with each other. At the same time, we know these future-ready skills can only be built on a strong academic foundation. That is why this pillar begins with a strong focus on foundational literacy and mathematics. We are committing to expanding evidence-based literacy practices, strengthening foundational math instruction, and ensure students receive timely interventions and support when gaps exist. Early learning and explicit instruction matter, and this plan clearly reflects that. At the same time, this pillar recognizes that students deserve engaging, rigorous, and meaningful learning experiences throughout their educational journey. Through high-quality instruction, effective professional learning, strong PLC collaboration, and the implementation of systems like MTSS, we are creating conditions where every student can succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. This pillar also reflects a commitment to expanding access to future-ready opportunities for all students, whether through advanced placement, career and technical education, career and college promise, IB, career exploration, or credentialing experiences. We want every student to graduate with a clear pathway forward and experiences connected to their interests and goals. Pillar 2, engage the whole student in safe and supportive learning environments, reflects a fundamental belief of Engage Orange. Students cannot fully engage in learning unless they feel seen, supported, and valued in their school communities. This pillar recognizes that educational excellence and student well-being are deeply connected. When students experience strong relationships and supportive environments, they are more likely to attend school consistently, engage in learning, and succeed academically and personally. At the center of this pillar is the commitment to supporting the whole student. That means recognizing and responding to students' academic, social, emotional, and physical needs through coordinated systems of support. We are continuing to support social emotional learning, expanding youth mental health first aid training, and continuing to provide research-based practices to support the whole child. Pillar 3, cultivate, support, and retain excellent staff, reflects a core understanding that the success of Orange County schools is directly tied to the success of the people who serve our children each and every day. If we want strong outcomes for students, we must ensure we have a strong and supported workforce. This pillar is grounded in a clear commitment to continue our efforts to build and sustain an excellent workforce where all staff feel supported and empowered to grow professionally. It recognizes that recruitment is only the beginning. Our long-term success depends on how well we develop, support, and retain the talented educators and staff already in our system. At the front end of this pillar, we focus on continuing and expanding recruitment efforts. And then we recognize that attracting talent is not enough. This pillar places equal emphasis on retention. We are committed to creating positive, supportive, and accountable working environments where staff can collaborate and grow. Ultimately, Pillar 3, though, is about more than just staffing. It is about supporting a professional culture where educators and staff are developed, valued, and retained so they can do their best work on behalf of our students. When we invest in staff, we strengthen every classroom, every school, and every student experience across Orange County schools. Pillar 4, maximize operational excellence to support student success, reflects the understanding that high-quality instruction and strong student outcomes are only possible when the systems that support our schools are efficient, reliable, and well-coordinated. This pillar focuses on the behind-the-scenes work that often goes unnoticed, but is essential in everything that happens in the classroom. Operational excellence ensures that students and staff have what they need, when they need, and where they need, so that they can focus on teaching and learning. At its core, this pillar is about creating aligned systems that work together to intentionally support student learning. We are committed to maintaining safe and healthy learning environments through emergency preparedness, clear communication during critical situations, and a secure and reliable technology infrastructure that supports instruction and operations across the district. This pillar also emphasizes the importance of safe, efficient, and reliable transportation and school nutrition services. We are focused on improving route efficiency, strengthening communication with families, and ensuring students have access to nutritious, high-quality meals that support their readiness to learn each and every day. Finally, this pillar strengthens how we communicate and engage with our community. By improving digital access, streamlining communication systems, and elevating our district through branding and storytelling, we are ensuring families, staff, and stakeholders feel informed, connected, and ultimately engaged. So for today's purposes, we are going to focus on the structure, intent, and alignment of the plan, but not go into every single individual action. Are y'all okay with that? Or you want to read each one? Just kidding. It's not a choice. Therefore, we are not going to walk through every individual action step within the pillar today, but those details are intentionally included in the draft that is uploaded to Assembly if you're following along at home. So included in the actions of each pillar are the specific steps, initiatives, and strategies that represent the practical work that we as a district will do to achieve focus areas and improve our performance indicators. These action steps were not developed in isolation. They were created through a highly collaborative process with cabinet members leading cross-functional teams across departments to ensure alignment, coherence, and shared ownership of the work. The performance indicators identified in Engage Orange represent the measurable outcomes that we will use to track progress and determine whether our efforts are leading to improved results over time across each pillar. These indicators are not static targets. They are part of a dynamic system of continuous improvement. Work teams across the district will begin by first establishing a baseline for each metric. From there, they will engage in an ongoing cycle of monitoring, reflection, and adjustment using a continuous improvement model to ensure we're making sustained progress. This approach allows us to move beyond simply reporting data at a single point in time. Instead, we'll be able to see trends, identify areas of growth, and make informed decisions that ultimately improve outcomes. Importantly, progress on these performance indicators will be reported to the Board of Education and shared with the community. This ensures both transparency and accountability for how the district is advancing toward the goals outlined in Engage Orange. We have set performance indicators for 2031 outlined in Best of North Carolina metrics that are aligned with state-reported data. There are 25 additional performance indicators, some of which you are familiar with because you are getting those currently reported to the board. However, there have been some additional indicators added after hearing from our community. Every performance indicator will be reported out to the board and a public with a numeric baseline being created at the end of the 25-26 school year. And every year after, we will be reporting on the continuously improved outcomes throughout the year at a similar cadence as this past year. You'll be able to see improvement over time. Staff will be able to identify trends and speak to ongoing continuous improvement efforts. In September of every year, we will give an overall status update on the strategic plan, including how we performed the year before and where we hope to go the next year. As we close out the overview of Engage Orange, this final video serves as a way to bring everything together. Throughout this presentation, we've walked through the vision of the plan, the portrait of a graduate, the structure of the pillars, and our approach to accountability and continuous improvement. This video connects all of those pieces into a single cohesive picture, showing not just what the plan is, but how it came to life through a deeply collaborative process. As you watch, consider how each component we discussed today fits together to form a unified vision for the next year of Orange County Schools as we commit to Engage Orange.
Together, we are building the roadmap for the future of Orange County Schools. Are you ready to engage Orange? From the start, the new OCS strategic plan, the compass that will guide our work for the next 5 years, has been designed as a community-driven plan. To ensure that we continue improving outcomes for the students we serve, we have made every effort to hear the voices at the center of our work in every corner of our community. In September of 2025, we launched a survey that brought in over 600 responses. In the fall, Superintendent Dr. Danielle Jones and senior leaders started a listening tour, first with our school administrators and our teachers of the year. Then, we opened the door for the whole community to join this important conversation about building our future. Starting with 2 large convenings at Cedar Ridge and Orange High Schools, we branched out into every corner of our district, from Fairview to Cedar Grove, Efland to Orange Grove, and held our first session ever that was primarily in Spanish, translated to English for those who needed it. Most importantly, this whole time extending into the spring, Dr. Jones and district staff were visiting every single school and listening to the voices of those who will be most impacted by our strategic plan over the next 5 years and more, our students themselves. All this time, we asked the most crucial questions. How do our students, families, and staff experience our schools? How do students know when they've had a great day at school? What are they looking for that helps them feel like they belong and that our schools are helping them set meaningful goals? What are the most important priorities of our wider community for our local public schools? All this engagement brought us to the challenge of designing our new strategic plan, Engage Orange, with many voices helping to build one plan with each and every student at the center. And now, we are ready to let all these voices shine through to inspire our students and our schools to reach their maximum potential. We are asking you to join us and engage Orange. Thanks to collaboration throughout our whole community, Orange County Schools is charting the course to a future where every student can build the skills they need to succeed beyond graduation in safe, welcoming, and supportive schools marked by excellent staff and operational systems. The hallmark of our success will be when every student knows right where they are on the path to graduation and success in their next stage of life, with options available in education, enlistment, and employment. Our schools and our community have so much to gain from seeing this plan succeed, and ultimately, it is our students who are counting on us to make sure we carry this work forward. forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for helping build. Thank you for helping build.
Thank you for helping build my future.
So at this point, we'll talk about the third phase. Dr. Pack shared about the We Engage and the We Challenge, and the third phase is the We Inspire. So on this next slide, you can see our original timeline that we set forth this past July. We're on track to complete the timeline and meet our internal deadlines. We are now moving into the green phase where we share our draft, provide opportunities for more feedback on the draft, and then make revisions before we bring the plan back to the board in June. Beginning tomorrow morning, the draft of the plan will be posted on the OCS Strategic Plan website for public review. In addition, we'll launch a community-wide feedback survey that will remain open for 2 weeks, from May 19th through June 2nd, to gather feedback from stakeholders across Orange County schools. We are committed to ensuring broad awareness and participation by actively sharing the draft and survey with our school communities through email, the district website, and social media channels. This slide highlights the key milestones as we transition from the development of Engage Orange into the full implementation across the district during the 26-27 school year. We will bring the revised plan back to the board for consideration and adoption on the June 15th Board of Education meeting. Following board approval, we will begin the administrator launch at our June leadership retreat. This session will bring together principals, assistant principals, and district leaders to ensure a deep understanding of the plan and a strong aligned start to the implementation at both the school and district levels. Finally, in August, we will formally launch Engage Orange with all employees at the Stars of Education Conference. This will ensure that every staff member across Orange County schools begins the year with a clear understanding of the visions, priorities, and expectations outlined in Engage Orange. Thank you for your time and your engagement and your ongoing partnership in this work. At this time, we're happy to take any questions or feedback you may have.
Yes. Can we get a motion to extend for a duration? I'm open to suggestions. Just because we extend it that long doesn't mean we have to stay.
Motion to extend for 10 minutes.
We have a motion and a second to extend the meeting. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? We are extended 10 minutes. All right, questions from anyone? Questions or comments? Sarah?
Can I just have a clarification question? I think we have time at an upcoming retreat also to ask further questions, right? So I'm
Yes.
trying to scope like how many questions we should be asking, like should we save?
The retreat's more focused on the metrics, but I'm sure we could cover others. So if you have more specific questions here or generic or.
I have like generic reactions.
And let me just say, the retreat, you can ask whatever questions you have. So if you don't get to all of them tonight, I think that's fine. And I think we've kind of talked through and outlined our view of metrics. So if you have, you've seen some of them that are set within the plan. And if you have questions regarding the continuous improvement model and what we're proposing there, feel free to ask them tonight as well.
Awesome. I mean, my high-level reaction is I'm so excited. I'm so excited about the process that this has gone through, which I think was very thoughtful and even stayed on time. Like, I just think the process was great. I think the product is great. I have like more specific questions or suggestions or things like that. But overall, like, I love the overall, I'm very inspired by the Best in North Carolina metrics idea. I find that very inspiring and clear. And I really like many of the elements of this very much. I have a little bit of a question about how a couple of the things at the beginning sort of fit together. So the portrait of a graduate, which I think is great. And if I were just reading this for the first time as somebody who had never heard of a thing like that before, I think I'd be like, what does that mean for my kid? Or what does that mean for us? Just something a little more, that and the OCS experience. I think if we were able to even put in the eventual plan as sort of couple of stories, or imagine this kind of, just something to make it a little bit easier to understand what it means, I think that could be helpful. And we only have 10 minutes, so I'll just stop and say there, I'm very excited to talk more about it too.
Carrie?
I just want to say, I think it's been really well done. I think that everything from the scope to the timeline to the intentionality, there's been clarity and intentionality, and I think it's all come together really well. And I do want to just shout out the side-by-side document of the internal draft that has all those, for anyone who's following along and feels like, well, what exactly are those metrics? They're in that other document, and so it's really nice to see those side by side.
Wendy?
Thank you. Great presentation, and I'm excited to see it unfold. I know it's been a lot of work, so thank you.
So, yes, so as they explained when they were presenting, you have your best in North Carolina metrics that are at the top of priority. When it comes, you have performance indicators. The performance indicators will create a baseline at the end of this school year, and we'll be presenting the baseline metric and year-over-year improvement for each of the performance indicators. That is based on the continuous improvement model. Those are for your performance indicators.
Can we show an example?
Yeah, we can talk through an example. Sure.
Here. Oh. Let me grab my actual plan.
Yeah, we can talk through that, but I think it's important to speak publicly regarding the nature of the plan and the way that it's structured. And so, for example, in our current plan, we have goals around transportation. That's been one we presented in December, that we had a goal to reach 95% on-time arrival. In December, we talked about that a little bit, and we said that we're at 88% on-time arrival. And so if 88% ends up being where we end this school year, hopefully, we've done some things since December. Hopefully, maybe we end at, 88.5. We're just going to say 88 for a round number, because that's the number that we have. When we get to the fall, we're going to say, okay, where do we want to go with transportation efficiency? It's at 88. I think with all the strategy we're putting in place at the end of the school year, we want to see 89 or 90. We'll share that with the board. If you have feedback to give regarding that, you can share that at that time. But it's about continuously improving over time and showing that. So we can say we're going to get to 95%. We may or may not make it. I have no issue with determining a number right now for 2031. But the fact is that things happen. There are circumstances that sometimes are out of our control. And so we find it to be more meaningful to have ongoing conversations about what's actually happening and where we're going and moving as a district. And so with just taking the example with transportation, we're not going to get to the 95 this school year. I mean, I can go ahead and tell you that. So what? We don't get to the 95, right? We would try again the next 5 years. I think we really hone in on where we are and focus on making incremental improvement and continuously having those conversations between staff and the board and our community and what it is we need to see moving forward. And so, no, you're not going to see us say transportation, we're going to get to 95% by 2031, unless that's what the board desires. We'll do that if that's the will of the board. But what we're saying is we want to focus on continuously improving year over year and provide you the same reporting structure that we've been providing you. So not avoiding any numbers, but setting those out there year over year to show that we are growing and moving in the right direction. And you may get one where we don't. And then we're going to be transparent about that, just like we have been around the transportation goal in December. And we're going to share strategies that we're looking to improve. And then we're going to be reporting it out to the board and the community, and in hopes that we are able to do better and get it right and then report that out as well.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that's how we want the metrics to work. What I can tell from this is what are the metrics around the pillars. Right, there's some data, if I can, that's, so you're saying transportation efficiency might be one. And then my second part is, will there be metrics around communication effectiveness?
Yes, every performance indicator is going to have a metric. We're going to establish a baseline. For some, we don't have anything established. So we're going to establish baseline data, report that out, and incrementally share where we hope to be year over year. And then we use that to guide our work throughout the school year and have ongoing, and I'm just going to be honest, just more meaningful conversation around how we're moving and improving as a district. I think, in speaking with the district teams and seeing them really truly collaborate with one another and talk through where their duties intersect and how they work together to move and improve for students was more meaningful than us saying, give me what your goal is and tell me how you're going to get there. And so we have to continue the same structures that we established in creating this plan over the next 5 years if we're going to have this be the ideal premier district that we know that it can be. And we're committed to doing that work. And so, yes, metrics. No, you're not going to see them by us written out on there. Yeah. Yeah, each performance indicator, yes.
So to your question, I think it's important to point out that there's not a line that, like pillar 1, focus area 1, action 1, indicator. That is old style, and there's not always a through line to that one action, that one focus area, to that one piece of data. Often the data has multiple lanes. So you see, you showed up this page, but you'll see that the pillar is explained with the focus, with the priority, with the performance indicators. You see it's past my bedtime. With the performance indicators, those performance indicators give us a thermostat, if you will, on how this pillar is doing. We, using our best information with the data that we've received, our current work, we've taken all that and to say, this is what we think will move the needle. This is based on our input and our professional knowledge around these subjects. And that way, this is your dashboard for this pillar, then all of these performance indicators are your dashboard for the plan. Does that help? Okay. I know, sorry.
Motion to extend by 5 more minutes?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, we've extended 5 minutes. I'll just add that Sarah and I have had the pleasure of going through our second one of these, and this has shown significant engagement, outreach, and ensuring we could get the most feedback as possible, especially at the school levels, the teachers, the community, all of the outreach. And I just wanted to say thank you. Y'all's energy that you have brought to all of these engagements has been noticed, and we appreciate it. And it's just wonderful to see this come together, not only in the presentation, but also in the document, to see how these items fit together. And I am, as everybody mentioned as well, very excited to see this and to start doing the work to see how we get to the next step. And I just want to highlight, to your point, Dr. Jones, as these metrics come up, I expect there's going to be dependencies on us. For example, transportation. When I was at the Living Wax Museum, I see the lead of the transportation department taking an activity bus to make sure that our bus drivers are available to bring home students at the end of the day. So I know that everybody's engaged, and it may require funding to address some of the issues we have to meet those metrics. So I appreciate the context of that as well. If there are no other comments, we have reached the end of our meeting, and it only require a
Motion to adjourn?
We have a motion? A motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.